Journal entry number No. 96, 15th May, 1895.
As I sit in my study this evening, the lamplight casting a warm glow across these familiar pages, I find myself compelled to record one of the most peculiar cases that ever engaged the attention of my friend Sherlock Holmes. A case where a young boy claimed to have lost the sea's voice, while standing upon the very shores where the waves crashed with deafening regularity, and where Holmes, that most rational and cerebral of men, displayed a tenderness toward a child that revealed depths of character I hadn't previously witnessed in all our years of friendship. It strikes me as curious that this particular memory should surface with such vividness tonight. Perhaps it is the sound of rain against my window, so different from the gentle wash of waves upon shingle. Or perhaps it is simply that as one grows older, one cherishes more deeply those moments when great minds bent themselves toward small kindnesses. Whatever the cause, I feel moved to set down this account, whilst the details remain fresh in my memory, though nearly 3 years have passed since that luminous spring day in Brighton. The case itself, if one may dignify it with such a term, involved no murderers lurking in shadows, no international conspiracies, no fortune stolen or reputations ruined. Yet I have come to believe, in the quiet wisdom that accompanies advancing years, that it revealed more about the essential character of Sherlock Holmes than a dozen of our more celebrated adventures. For what is the measure of a man, if not how he responds to the distress of those who can offer him neither payment nor acclaim? But I run ahead of myself, a habit Holmes often chided me for in my narratives. Let me return to the beginning, to that morning in late April of 1892, when Holmes first proposed our excursion to the seaside. We had just concluded a rather trying affair involving a series of thefts from commercial establishments along the Strand, a matter of some complexity, but little general interest. Resolved through Holmes's characteristic application of forensic chemistry and an encyclopedic knowledge of boot-heel patterns, the case had kept us indoors for the better part of a fortnight, poring over samples and receipts in the close atmosphere of Baker Street, and I confess that both of us were showing signs of what my medical training would classify as nervous exhaustion. It was Mrs. Hudson, dear woman, who first voiced concern. I recall her standing in our doorway, hands folded across her apron, regarding the two of us with that mixture of affection and exasperation that long-suffering landladies must cultivate. "Gentlemen," she had declared, "you are both becoming as pale as mushrooms, and twice as prone to growing in dark corners. Dr. Watson, as a medical man, surely you can see that Mr. Holmes requires fresh air and sunlight, even if that stubborn man cannot see it himself." Holmes had looked up from his microscope with that distracted expression he wore when his mind was still half engaged with a problem. "I assure you, Mrs. Hudson, that I am in perfectly adequate health. Watson will confirm that pallor is simply my natural complexion." "Watson will confirm no such thing," I had interjected, setting down my newspaper. "In fact, Mrs. Hudson speaks with considerable medical wisdom. Holmes, when did you last take a proper meal, or sleep for more than 3 hours consecutively?" He had waved a dismissive hand, but I noticed that he did not answer the question. I pressed my advantage, approaching the matter as one might approach a skittish horse, with patience and indirect manoeuvring. "I have been thinking," I said carefully, "that Brighton might be quite pleasant at this time of year. The sea air, you know. Excellent for the constitution. I could do with a bit of a holiday myself, My old wound has been troubling me somewhat in this damp weather. This last was not entirely fabricated. The Jezile bullet that had found me at Maiwand did indeed make its presence known during London's wetter months, a persistent souvenir of my service in Afghanistan. But I confess that I deployed the complaint somewhat strategically, knowing that Holmes, for all his protestations about sentiment, harboured genuine concern for my well-being. He had studied me for a long moment, those keen grey eyes taking in details that would have escaped any other observer. Then, quite unexpectedly, he had smiled, one of his rare, genuine smiles that transformed his entire countenance. "You know, Watson, your tactical abilities haven't diminished since your military days. Very well. Brighton it shall be. I confess that a change of scene might prove refreshing. And I have heard that the Prince Regent's architectural legacy has created quite a distinctive urban landscape. It might prove interesting from an anthropological perspective." This was as close as Holmes would come to admitting that he, too, felt the weight of too many days spent in chemical-laden air and gaslit rooms. I accepted the victory gracefully, and within 2 days we had arranged our affairs and secured comfortable lodgings in Brighton for a week's sojourn. The journey from Victoria Station remains etched in my memory with remarkable clarity. It was one of those perfect late spring mornings that England produces so infrequently, the sky a cloudless expanse of tender blue, the air carrying just the faintest hint of the warmth that would characterize the coming summer. Our train carriage was comfortable, and as London's grey sprawl gradually gave way to the green countryside of Sussex, I felt the accumulated tension of recent weeks beginning to dissipate. Holmes sat opposite me, ostensibly reading a monograph on the classification of tobacco ash, but I noticed that his gaze frequently drifted to the window. He was, I realized, permitting himself the luxury of simple observation without the immediate pressure of a case demanding solution. It was a rare state for him, and I was careful not to disturb it with unnecessary conversation. The rhythm of the rails created a soothing percussion, and I found myself watching the landscape transform as we travelled southward. Fields gave way to downs, those gentle rolling hills characteristic of Sussex, dotted with sheep and crossed by ancient hedgerows. Here and there villages appeared like illustrations from a pastoral painting, church spires rising above clusters of cottages, their gardens ablaze with spring flowers. "You know, Watson," Holmes remarked suddenly, still gazing out the window, "there is something to be said for observing a landscape without the burden of searching it for clues. One sees differently when one is not looking for anything in particular." I smiled at this uncharacteristic philosophical observation. "That sounds dangerously close to sentiment, Holmes." "Sentiment," he replied, with a slight smile playing at the corners of his mouth, "is merely the word we use for observations that engage the emotions rather than the intellect. I see no reason why both cannot operate in harmony, at least occasionally." This, I realized, was Holmes's way of acknowledging that even he required respite from the relentless exercise of his remarkable faculties. It was a small admission, but, from him, it was significant. As our train drew closer to the coast, I began to detect subtle changes in the air, a freshness, a hint of salt and seaweed that spoke of the nearby ocean. My anticipation grew. Though I had lived much of my life in London, I had always harboured a deep affection for the sea, perhaps inherited from my grandfather, who had been a naval surgeon. There is something about the vastness of the ocean, its ancient rhythms and moods, that speaks to something fundamental in the human spirit. The train finally pulled into Brighton station with a great hiss of steam and squeal of brakes. Gathering our modest luggage, we emerged onto the platform, and were immediately struck by the atmosphere of the place. Brighton, in late spring, was a town transformed by the promise of the approaching summer season. Vendors called their wares. Holiday-makers moved with the purposeful leisure of those determined to enjoy themselves, and over everything hung that distinctive coastal light, somehow both softer and brighter than London's grey pall. We had secured lodgings at a respectable establishment on a quiet street within easy walking distance of the seafront. A tall, narrow townhouse of the sort that lined many of Brighton's residential areas, its white facade gleaming in the afternoon sun. Our landlady, a Mrs. Pemberton, was a widow of perhaps 60 years, whose manner combined efficiency with genuine warmth. She showed us to our adjoining rooms on the second floor, both of which commanded pleasant views over the rooftops toward the sea. "I trust you'll find everything satisfactory, gentlemen," she had said, hands clasped before her. "Breakfast is served at 8, though I can accommodate earlier if required. And if there's anything you need during your stay, you've only to ask." I assured her that the arrangements were excellent, and indeed they were. My room was simply but comfortably furnished. A good bed with clean linens, a writing desk positioned near the window, a wardrobe of dark wood, and a washstand with china basin, and ewer decorated with a pattern of blue flowers. Most importantly, the window could be thrown wide open to admit the sea air that I could already smell even from this distance inland. After settling our belongings and changing from our travel clothes, Holmes and I ventured forth to gain our first proper view of Brighton's famous seafront. The walk took perhaps 15 minutes, leading us through residential streets where children played and servants ran errands, until quite suddenly the vista opened before us. I confess that I stopped in my tracks, arrested by the sight. The sea stretched to the horizon, its surface catching the late afternoon light in 1,000 shifting points of brilliance. The beach, rather than sand, was composed of smooth pebbles, what the locals called shingle, that rattled and whispered as the waves drew back. The promenade stretched in both directions, lined with elegant lampposts, and populated by a delightful variety of humanity. Families with young children, elderly couples taking the air, young women in their summer whites twirling parasols, gentlemen in boaters discussing business or pleasure. To our right stood the unmistakable silhouette of the Chain Pier, stretching out into the water like a delicate bridge to nowhere, its ornamental pavilions catching the golden light. To our left, dominating the skyline with its exotic domes and minarets, stood the Royal Pavilion, that extraordinary architectural fancy of the Prince Regent, looking for all the world as though a fragment of India had been transported whole to the Sussex coast. "Remarkable," Holmes murmured, and I could not tell whether he referred to the sea itself or to the spectacle of Brighton society on display before us. We stood there for some minutes, neither of us feeling the need to speak, simply absorbing the scene. The air was filled with sound, the constant rush and retreat of waves, The cries of gulls wheeling overhead, the murmur of conversation from passing strollers, the distant music of what might have been a brass band. It was a symphony of seaside life, and I felt something within me relax that I had not realized was held tense. "Well, Watson," Holmes said at last, turning to me with an expression of contentment that I seldom saw upon his features. "I believe Mrs. Hudson was quite right. This was an excellent prescription." "The sea air is indeed therapeutic," I agreed. "Shall we walk along the promenade?" "I think we shall, and perhaps tomorrow we might investigate this town more thoroughly. I find myself quite curious about its character." As we began our evening stroll along Brighton's seafront, the sun sinking gradually toward the horizon behind us and casting long shadows before our feet, I had no inkling of the small mystery that awaited us in the days ahead. I knew only that I was precisely where I wished to be, beside my dearest friend, breathing clean air, and free for this brief span of days from the demands of crime and consequence. How often, I have reflected since, do our most meaningful experiences announce themselves with such quiet simplicity? We seek drama and adventure, yet sometimes it is in these gentle moments, a walk beside the sea, a friend's companionship, the play of light on water, that we find what we were searching for all along. But I see I have allowed this opening entry to run rather long, and the lamp oil grows low. Tomorrow I shall continue with the account of our first full day in Brighton, when Holmes and I would discover that even on holiday mysteries have a way of finding us. Or, perhaps, more accurately, we have a way of finding them. For now, let me simply record that we returned to our lodgings that evening in excellent spirits, dined simply but well on Mrs. Pemberton's roast chicken and spring vegetables, and retired early with the windows open to the sound of the distant sea. I slept more soundly that night than I had in weeks, and dreamed, I believe, of waves and sunlight. I awoke the following morning to a sensation I had nearly forgotten, the gentle caress of sea breeze through an open window, carrying with it the sharp, clean scent of salt and seaweed. For a moment, suspended in that hazy territory between sleep and wakefulness, I could not quite place where I was. Then memory returned. Brighton, our holiday lodgings, the promise of a day free from the grimmer obligations that usually occupied our time. The quality of light filtering through my curtains suggested it was still quite early, perhaps 6:30. In London, I would have turned over and attempted to reclaim another hour of rest, but here, with the sound of distant waves calling like some ancient summons, I found myself fully awake and eager to greet the day. I rose, performed my morning ablutions at the washstand, and dressed in clothing more casual than I would have dared wear in town. A soft collar, a light tweed jacket, comfortable trousers that had seen better days, but remained perfectly adequate for seaside rambling. When I emerged from my room, I discovered that Holmes was already awake, and, judging by the sounds emanating from his chamber, engaged in some form of calisthenic exercise. This was not entirely surprising. Holmes maintained an irregular but rigorous regimen of physical conditioning, alternating between periods of complete lethargy and bursts of almost manic activity. The sea air, it seemed, had inspired one of the latter moods. I descended to the breakfast room, where Mrs. Pemberton greeted me with evident pleasure at having a guest who appreciated early rising. "Good morning, Dr. Watson. I do hope you slept well. The sea air works wonders, I always say." Will Mr. Holmes be joining you shortly?" "I believe so, Mrs. Pemberton. And yes, I slept remarkably well, thank you." She bustled off to fetch tea and the morning's offerings, and I settled at the table near the window, where I could watch the morning light strengthen over the rooftops. Brighton was awakening gradually. A milk cart rattled past, a maid across the way was opening shutters, and somewhere nearby a dog barked with cheerful insistence. Holmes appeared some 10 minutes later, looking more refreshed than I had seen him in months. His face had already lost some of the grey pallor that Baker Street's atmosphere tended to impose, and his movements carried a vitality that had been absent during our recent cases. "Good morning, Watson. I trust you found the accommodations conducive to rest." "Excellent, Holmes. And you?" "I slept for 7 consecutive hours," he announced, as though reporting some remarkable scientific discovery. "I cannot recall the last time I managed such a feat without chemical assistance." This admission, delivered matter-of-factly as he took his seat, nevertheless pleased me considerably. Holmes's relationship with sleep was complex and often troubling. He viewed it as an unfortunate necessity that interfered with more productive pursuits, and during cases would frequently go days with only the briefest of catnaps. That he should sleep soundly and naturally was a testament to how desperately he had needed this respite. Mrs. Pemberton returned with a laden tray, fresh eggs, bacon, toast with butter and marmalade, grilled tomatoes, and excellent strong tea. We applied ourselves to breakfast with genuine appetite, another sign of our improved condition. In London, Holmes would often skip meals entirely or consume nothing but coffee and tobacco, sustaining himself on nervous energy alone. "I propose," Holmes said, spreading marmalade on his toast with uncharacteristic attention to the task, "that we spend this morning in systematic exploration of the immediate environs. The seafront, certainly, but also the lanes. Those narrow streets I observed yesterday near the old town. They appeared to retain something of Brighton's character before it transformed into this modern pleasure resort." "An excellent plan," I agreed, "though I confess I should like to simply walk along the shore for a time. There is something restorative about the rhythm of waves, the expanse of horizon." "Sentiment, Watson," Holmes observed, but his tone was gentle, almost teasing. "However, I find I am not unsympathetic to such sentiment this morning. The sea does indeed present certain aesthetic qualities worthy of observation." This was Holmes's way of agreeing that he, too, felt drawn to the water's edge, though he would never phrase it in such direct emotional terms. We finished our breakfast in companionable silence, each anticipating the day ahead, with a contentment that required no verbal expression. By 8:30, we had left our lodgings and were making our way toward the seafront. The morning was glorious, the sky a pale, luminous blue, with only the faintest wisps of high cloud, the air warm but not yet heated, carrying that particular freshness that belongs exclusively to seaside mornings. Brighton was well and truly awake now, its streets filling with early risers, shopkeepers opening their establishments, and visitors beginning their daily pursuit of seaside pleasures. As we emerged onto the promenade, I was struck anew by the beauty of the scene. The sea, which had appeared grey-blue in yesterday's afternoon light, now sparkled with morning brilliance, each wavelet catching the sun like scattered diamonds. The shingle beach, wet from the night's high tide, gleamed darkly near the water's edge, gradually lightening to pale grey where it dried. Already, Despite the relatively early hour, the beach was dotted with figures. Children in sailor suits constructing elaborate structures with pebbles. Elderly gentlemen in bath chairs taking the air. Young couples strolling with the careful propriety demanded by public spaces. We turned eastward along the promenade, Holmes setting a leisurely pace, quite unlike his usual rapid stride through London's streets. Here, he seemed content to simply move and observe, his keen eyes taking in the kaleidoscope of humanity around us, without the urgency of professional analysis. "Notice, Watson," he remarked after some minutes, "how distinctly one can classify the visitors by their manner of dress and behaviour. There, that family by the bathing machines, provincial middle class, probably from the Midlands, father in trade, mother determined that the children shall benefit from every moment of this holiday. And that gentleman reading his newspaper on the bench. London professional, here not by choice, but on doctor's orders for his health, marking time until he can respectably return to his office." I smiled at this habitual categorization. "Can you never simply observe without analyzing, Holmes?" "Can one truly observe without analysis?" he countered. "The two activities seem to me inseparable. But I take your point. I am meant to be on holiday, and perhaps I should moderate my tendency toward constant deduction. Though I would argue that understanding the patterns of human behavior is itself a form of leisure for me, much as reading fiction might be for others." "Fiction, which you dismiss as frivolous," I reminded him. "Not frivolous, merely unnecessary when reality provides such abundant material for study. But come, Watson, let us walk to the water's edge. I find myself curious about the geological composition of this beach." We descended one of the ramps that led from the promenade to the shingle, and immediately the character of our surroundings changed. The smooth pebbles shifted beneath our feet with a distinctive rattling sound, making each step require slightly more effort than walking on solid pavement. Holmes bent to examine the stones, selecting several specimens and turning them over in his palm. "Flint, primarily," he observed, "worn smooth by millennia of wave action, some chalk fragments as well, which is consistent with the geology of the South Downs. And here, this one is quite interesting. You see the variation in colour. These bands suggest different mineral deposits, possibly from—" He stopped abruptly, and I followed his gaze to see a small boy, perhaps 8 or 9 years old, who had been watching us with unconcealed curiosity. The child was well dressed in a sailor suit of navy blue, trimmed with white, his fair hair ruffled by the breeze. But it was his expression that struck me most forcefully. A mixture of longing and hesitation, as though he desperately wished to speak, but dared not. "Good morning, young man," I said warmly, employing the tone I had learned during my years of medical practice to put nervous patients at ease. "Are you interested in stones as well?" The boy nodded eagerly, then glanced back over his shoulder to where a woman, presumably his mother, sat on a bench some distance away, reading a book. Reassured that she was within sight, he took a few steps closer. "I collect them," he said, his voice surprisingly clear and well modulated. "Stones, I mean. I have quite a large collection at home. Papa says I shall need my own cabinet soon to house them all properly." Holmes regarded the child with interest, genuine interest, I was pleased to note, rather than the impatience he sometimes displayed toward interruptions. "An excellent hobby," Holmes said. "Classification and systematic collection develop powers of observation and organization. Do you categorize them by type, or perhaps by color?" The boy's face lit up with the joy of finding an adult who took his interests seriously. "By type, sir. I have a book that helps me identify them. It has beautiful illustrations. I've found 3 different kinds of quartz, and once I found what I think might be an agate, though Papa says we should have it confirmed by an expert." For the next 10 minutes, we conversed with this enthusiastic young geologist who introduced himself as Timothy Ashford, here on holiday from Tunbridge Wells with his parents. Holmes, I observed with some amusement, spoke to the boy with perfect seriousness, neither condescending nor oversimplifying, and young Timothy responded with increasing confidence and animation. It was a charming interlude, and when Timothy's mother called him back to continue their morning walk, the boy departed with evident reluctance, clutching 2 specimens that Holmes had selected for him as particularly fine examples of flint with interesting inclusions. "A bright child," Holmes remarked as we watched Timothy rejoin his mother. "Methodical mind, genuine curiosity. He will do well if those qualities are properly nurtured." "You were very kind to him," I observed. Holmes shrugged slightly, a gesture that might have indicated embarrassment had he been a man prone to such feelings. "Children's questions are often the most profound, Watson. They have not yet learned to stop asking why. It is a quality I find admirable." We continued our walk along the beach, occasionally pausing to examine some feature that caught our attention. A particularly intricate piece of driftwood, a cluster of small crabs revealed in a tidal pool, the geometric precision of a breakwater's construction. The morning sun climbed higher, its warmth becoming more pronounced, and I felt a profound sense of physical well-being that was itself almost intoxicating after so many weeks of London's damp chill. Eventually, we climbed back to the promenade and continued our eastward progress, passing bathhouses and refreshment stands, pavilions and piers. The air was filled with the sounds of seaside leisure, the calls of vendors selling their wares, the laughter of children, the music of a barrel organ somewhere in the distance, and always, underlying everything, the rhythmic conversation between waves and shore. "I find myself growing quite hungry, Watson," Holmes announced, after we had walked for perhaps an hour. "Remarkable, really. In London, I often go until evening without noticing the lack of sustenance. Yet here, after a substantial breakfast only 2 hours past, I am contemplating the possibility of elevensies." I laughed at this confession. The sea air stimulates the appetite. It is a well-documented phenomenon, I assure you, and I confess to feeling similarly inclined. Shall we seek out a tea-room, or perhaps a pastry shop? A capital suggestion. Let us explore inland somewhat. I noticed yesterday several intriguing establishments in the streets between here and the pavilion. We turned away from the seafront and entered the maze of streets that constituted Brighton's commercial heart. Here, the atmosphere was quite different from the breezy openness of the promenade. Narrower streets created shadowy canyons, though still bright with morning light where it penetrated. Shop windows displayed an impressive array of goods, fashionable clothing, books and stationery, jewelry and trinkets, and, most relevantly to our current purpose, an abundance of food establishments. It was Holmes who spotted it first. A small shop tucked between a milliner's and a tobacconist's, its window displaying an array of baked goods that would have done credit to a much larger establishment. The sign above the door read Ashworth and Sons, Bakers and Confectioners, Sta 1847, painted in elegant gold lettering on a green background. "That," Holmes declared with satisfaction, "looks promising." We entered to find ourselves in a compact but immaculately maintained establishment. The air was heavy with the most wonderful aromas, yeast and butter, sugar and vanilla, with hints of cinnamon and lemon. Behind a glass counter stood a woman of, perhaps 50. Her grey-streaked hair neatly tucked beneath a white cap, her expression combining professional courtesy with genuine warmth. "Good morning, gentlemen. Welcome to Ashworth's. I'm Mrs. Ashworth, and everything you see was baked fresh this morning. What might I tempt you with?" The display was indeed tempting. Jam tarts glistening with ruby-red preserves, Chelsea buns studded with currants, delicate pastries that appeared to be almond-based, substantial meat pies, crusty rolls, and an impressive variety of small cakes decorated with various icings and creams. "Everything looks excellent," I said honestly. "Perhaps you might recommend something particularly representative of your establishment?" Mrs. Ashworth's face brightened at this invitation. "Well, sir, if I might be so bold, our Sussex plum heavies are quite renowned. That's a traditional local pastry made with our own rendered sweat and plums preserved from last autumn. And our lardy cakes are very popular with visitors. Rich, certainly, but perfect with a cup of strong tea." "We shall have 2 of each," Holmes declared, "and if you might recommend a suitable tea to accompany them." "Certainly, sir. I have a lovely Assam that pairs beautifully with sweet pastries. If you'd care to sit—" She gestured to 2 small tables near the window. "I'll bring everything over directly." We settled ourselves at the table, and within moments Mrs. Ashworth had delivered our order: a generous pot of tea, 2 cups with saucers, and a plate laden with our selected pastries. The plum heavies proved to be substantial affairs, thick pastry cases filled with a rich, dark plum mixture that had been sweetened and spiced to perfection. The lardy cakes were indeed rich, layers of dough and lard creating a texture somewhere between bread and pastry, studded with currants and sugar. "Excellent," Holmes pronounced after his first bite. "Watson, we must make note of this establishment. If we are to holiday in Brighton with any regularity, Mrs. Ashworth's shop must feature in our routine." I quite agreed, and told Mrs. Ashworth as much when she came to inquire whether everything was satisfactory. She beamed with genuine pleasure at our appreciation, and we fell into easy conversation about Brighton, its character and changes, the way the town transformed with the seasons. It was, I reflected, as we eventually took our leave and emerged once more into the sunlit street, exactly the sort of simple, perfect pleasure that makes a holiday truly restorative. Good food, pleasant company, unhurried time. These were the elements of contentment, and I felt grateful to be experiencing them with Holmes, whose capacity for such simple enjoyments was often overshadowed by the intensity of his professional pursuits. "Now," Holmes said, brushing a few crumbs from his waistcoat, "I believe we should seek out that music I keep hearing. It seems to be coming from the direction of the Old Stein." Indeed, the sound of brass instruments had been drifting through the streets intermittently all morning, sometimes clear, sometimes faint, but always calling like some musical Pied Piper. We set off in pursuit of the source, and I found myself anticipating whatever discovery awaited us, with the eager curiosity of a child, a feeling I had not experienced in far too long. The music led us through Brighton's winding streets with the persistence of an invisible thread, growing louder as we navigated our way toward the Old Stein. This broad open space, I had learned from my preliminary reading about Brighton before our departure, had once been a fashionable promenade in the days of the Prince Regent, and still retained something of that elegant character despite the encroachment of more modern commercial development. As we emerged into the sunshine of the Stein, the source of the music revealed itself. A small brass band, perhaps 8 or 9 musicians, arranged in a semicircle, near the northern end of the green space. They were performing with evident enthusiasm, their instruments catching the late morning light in flashes of gold and silver. A respectable crowd had gathered, some standing to listen, others seated on benches positioned at intervals around the lawn, and still others simply pausing in their perambulations to enjoy a few bars before continuing on their way. The piece they were playing as we approached was a sprightly march. Sousa, if I was not mistaken, though my knowledge of military music was somewhat limited despite my army service. The sound was bright and cheerful, perfectly suited to the sunny morning and the holiday atmosphere that pervaded Brighton like an invisible but palpable presence. Holmes and I found an unoccupied bench at a comfortable distance from the band, close enough to appreciate the music fully, but not so near as to make conversation impossible. As we settled ourselves, I observed my friend's face with interest. Music had always affected Holmes profoundly. It was one of the few things that could draw him entirely out of his own thoughts and into a state of pure receptivity. His own violin playing, which ranged from the sublimely beautiful to the utterly cacophonous depending on his mood and the stage of whatever case occupied him, was a form of thinking for him, a way of processing information and emotion that bypassed the purely rational. "They are quite competent," Holmes remarked after the march concluded to appreciative applause. "The cornet player is particularly skilled. Did you notice the precision of those runs in the final section? And the tuba provides an admirably solid foundation. Of course, they are not of professional concert standard, but for a municipal brass band, they demonstrate considerable ability." "Can you never simply enjoy something without analyzing it?" I asked, though my tone was affectionate rather than critical. "But Watson, the analysis is part of the enjoyment. To truly appreciate music, one must understand its structure, its technical demands, the skill required to produce those sounds. It is like—" He paused, searching for an analogy. "Like appreciating a building. One may admire it aesthetically, but the appreciation deepens when one understands the engineering principles that allow it to stand, the architectural decisions that create its particular character." "And yet," I countered gently, "a child can enjoy music without understanding anything of its technical construction." "True," Holmes conceded. "But then, children live entirely in the immediate moment. They are not burdened by analysis because they have not yet developed the capacity for it. We adults, having eaten from the tree of knowledge, so to speak, cannot return to that state of innocent reception. We can only move forward, integrating understanding with appreciation." The band had begun a new piece, a waltz this time, its lilting 3/4 time creating an entirely different atmosphere. Several couples in the crowd, emboldened by the informal setting, had begun to dance on the grass, their movements unself-conscious and joyful. An elderly pair, both grey-haired and moving with the careful deliberation of advanced age, waltzed with a grace that spoke of decades of shared steps. A young man, perhaps a clerk on his day off, had convinced his sweetheart to join him, and they circled with the exaggerated formality of those new to the dance. I found myself quite moved by the scene. this spontaneous outbreak of dancing in public, something that would have been unthinkable in more rigid social contexts, but which the seaside holiday atmosphere rendered not only acceptable, but delightful. There was something democratic about it, something that transcended the usual strict hierarchies of Victorian society. Here, for this moment, all were simply people enjoying music and movement in the sunshine. "You know, Watson," Holmes said quietly, his gaze following the dancers, "there are times when I think my profession has made me too cynical about human nature. I see deception and malice so frequently that I sometimes forget that most people, most of the time, are simply this." He gestured toward the scene before us. People dancing to music on a spring morning. No hidden agendas, no criminal conspiracies. Just the simple pleasure of being alive. This was such an uncharacteristically philosophical observation that I turned to look at him in some surprise. His expression was thoughtful, almost wistful, and I realized that Holmes, for all his professed disdain for sentiment, was capable of being deeply affected by simple human goodness. "Perhaps," I suggested gently, "that is why such holidays are necessary. To remind us that the darkness we sometimes encounter is the exception, not the rule." "Perhaps," he agreed, "though I suspect that even as we sit here, crimes are being committed in London, mysteries are unfolding, and somewhere, someone desperately needs help that I might provide. And they will still need it next week when we return," I said firmly. "Holmes, you cannot save everyone, you cannot solve every crime. You're entitled to moments of rest, of simple enjoyment without guilt." He was silent for a moment, then nodded slowly. "You are right, of course. It is a weakness of mine, this sense of obligation. I sometimes feel that if I am not actively engaged in useful work, I am somehow failing in my purpose." "Your purpose," I said, "is not merely to solve crimes. It is to live as a fully realized human being. And that includes times like these: music, sunshine, good food, friendship. These things are not frivolous, Holmes. They are what make the work meaningful." He smiled slightly. "When did you become so philosophical, Watson? I thought you were the practical one, concerned with immediate medical facts rather than abstract metaphysics." "One need not be impractical to value the intangible," I replied. "Some of the most important things in life, love, friendship, beauty, joy, cannot be measured or weighed, but they are no less real for that." The band concluded their waltz with a flourish, and the dancers applauded both the musicians and each other. Some couples separated and returned to their previous activities, while others remained together, clearly hoping for another dance tune. But the band, it seemed, had other ideas. The conductor, a portly gentleman with magnificent whiskers and a uniform that suggested he took his musical responsibilities very seriously, announced that they would now perform a selection from Gilbert and Sullivan's The Pirates of Penzance. This was greeted with evident approval from the crowd, and several people who had been preparing to depart settled back to listen. I confess I have always had a weakness for Gilbert and Sullivan. Their operettas combine clever wordplay, social satire, and genuinely beautiful melodies in a way that is distinctly British and thoroughly enjoyable. As the band launched into "I Am the Very Model of a Modern Major General," that tongue-twisting patter song, I found myself smiling broadly. Holmes, too, appeared to be enjoying the performance, though his enjoyment manifested differently than mine. Where I simply absorbed the humour and musicality, he was clearly appreciating the technical challenge of the piece, the rapid articulation required, the precision of ensemble playing necessary to maintain the breakneck tempo. Around us, the crowd was similarly engaged. Several people were mouthing the words, clearly familiar with the operetta. A group of young men, probably students on holiday, were barely suppressing laughter at certain lines. Even the elderly couple who had been waltzing were smiling and tapping their feet in time with the music. When the piece concluded, the applause was enthusiastic and prolonged. The conductor bowed with evident pleasure, then announced that the band would take a brief interval before resuming with a selection of hymns and traditional songs. This seemed to be the signal for a general dispersal. Many in the crowd took the opportunity to continue on their way, though a dedicated corps remained, clearly intending to hear the entire concert. "Shall we continue our exploration?" Holmes suggested. "I believe there are some interesting antiquarian bookshops in the lanes that might warrant investigation." "An excellent idea," I agreed, rising from the bench with a slight reluctance. The music and sunshine had created a pleasant languor that made movement seem rather more effortful than usual. We set off toward the lanes, that warren of narrow streets that constituted the oldest part of Brighton. The contrast with the grand promenades and modern buildings could not have been more pronounced. Here, the streets were barely wide enough for two people to pass comfortably. The buildings leaned toward each other overhead, like gossiping neighbours, and every available space seemed to house some small shop or establishment. The lanes had a distinct character, part historical preservation, part commercial adaptation. Antique shops nestled beside modern haberdasheries. Old coaching inns had been converted into tea rooms, and everywhere one looked, there were intriguing details, decorative ironwork, weathered signs, unexpected architectural flourishes that spoke of earlier eras. Holmes was in his element here, examining everything with keen interest. He paused to study the construction of a particularly ancient-looking doorway, speculating about its probable date based on the style of hinges and the wear pattern on the threshold. He peered into shop windows, occasionally making observations about the provenance of displayed items with the casual expertise that characterized all his knowledge. We discovered one bookshop that proved particularly fascinating. A tiny establishment that seemed to consist more of books than of actual structure, as though the volumes themselves were holding up the walls. The proprietor, a gentleman of indeterminate age with ink-stained fingers and spectacular disorder to his attire, greeted us with the enthusiasm of one who rarely encounters serious browsers. "Welcome, welcome, please explore at your leisure. Everything is organized according to a system that I assure you makes perfect sense, though I admit it may not be immediately apparent to others. If you're looking for anything in particular, I probably have it somewhere, though finding it may require some excavation." Holmes spent a happy 20 minutes in conversation with this gentleman, discussing various rare volumes and the peculiarities of book collecting. They were, I realized, kindred spirits in their own way, both possessed of highly organized minds housed in apparently chaotic environments, both capable of becoming entirely absorbed in subjects that others might find obscure or esoteric. I occupied myself browsing through various volumes, eventually discovering a quite nice edition of Boswell's Life of Johnson that, while not rare, was in excellent condition and reasonably priced. I had long intended to reread Boswell, and this seemed an ideal opportunity to acquire a copy for my personal library. When we finally emerged from the bookshop, Holmes, having purchased a monograph on the history of cryptography, and myself with my Boswell. The day had progressed into early afternoon. The warmth had increased considerably, and I felt a sudden desire for something cool to drink. "There was a tea garden I noticed earlier," I said, consulting my memory of our morning's wanderings. "Near the southern end of the Stein. They had tables under trees, which would be pleasant in this heat." "Lead on, Watson. I confess I could do with some refreshment myself." We made our way back through the lanes, emerging once more into the broader streets and the brilliant sunshine. The town was now at its busiest, the middle of the day bringing out the maximum number of visitors and residents alike. The streets were thronged with people, the shops were doing brisk business, and the general atmosphere was one of prosperous, cheerful activity. The tea garden, I had remembered, proved to be just as pleasant as I had anticipated. It was set back from the street, accessed through an archway that opened into a surprisingly large space, filled with tables arranged beneath mature trees. Limes, I thought, their leaves creating dappled shade that filtered the sunlight into a gentle, shifting pattern. We secured a table in a particularly shady spot and ordered a pot of tea and some light refreshments, cucumber sandwiches and lemon biscuits, that quintessentially English combination that somehow manages to be both insubstantial and satisfying. As we waited for our order to arrive, I found myself observing the other patrons of the tea garden. There was something soothing about watching people at leisure, freed from the urgencies that typically drove urban life. Conversations drifted past us in fragments, discussions of the morning's activities, plans for the afternoon, observations about the weather and the pleasures of Brighton. At a nearby table, a family was engaged in animated discussion about whether to visit the aquarium or the pier that afternoon. The children, 2 girls and a boy, ranging perhaps from 6 to 12, were passionately advocating for the pier, while their parents were making practical points about crowds and heat. It was clear, however, that the parents would eventually accede to their children's wishes. One could hear it in the tone of their objections, which lacked true conviction. "That," Holmes observed quietly, nodding toward the family, "is what most people's mysteries consist of. Where to go on holiday, what to have for dinner, how to balance the demands of family life. Not murders or thefts or international conspiracies, but these small daily negotiations. And yet, those small negotiations constitute the fabric of most people's lives," I replied. "They are not less important for being ordinary." "I suppose not," Holmes agreed, "though I confess I find them rather less intellectually stimulating than the problems that typically engage my attention." Our tea arrived, and we applied ourselves to it with appreciation. The cucumber sandwiches were precisely as they should be. Paper-thin slices of cucumber between equally thin slices of buttered bread, crusts removed, cut into elegant triangles. The lemon biscuits were crisp and tart sweet, perfect accompaniments to the robust tea. As we ate and drank, the afternoon seemed to stretch before us like a gift of unhurried time. There was nowhere we needed to be, nothing urgent demanding our attention. It was, I reflected, a rare and precious state of affairs, and one that should be savoured fully. "You know, Holmes," I said, setting down my teacup, "I believe this may be the most relaxed I have seen you since I cannot remember when. It suits you." He smiled slightly. "Perhaps you are right, Watson. I feel as though something in me has loosened somehow. As though I had been holding myself in readiness for so long that I had forgotten any other state was possible. This admission touched me deeply, for it revealed a vulnerability that Holmes rarely acknowledged. I was about to respond when a small commotion at the entrance to the tea garden drew our attention. A woman had entered, looking about with an expression of distress, and she was accompanied by a young boy who was quite clearly in tears. Without conscious thought, both Holmes and I half rose from our seats, our instincts responding to evident need. The woman spotted us. Perhaps we looked like the sort of gentleman who might offer assistance, and began moving in our direction. "Please," she said as she approached, her voice tight with worry. "I don't mean to intrude, but I wonder if you might help us. My son has lost something very important, and we've searched everywhere, and I simply don't know what else to do." And thus, quite unexpectedly, our holiday was about to become something more than a simple seaside interlude. Looking back now, I can see that this moment was the fulcrum upon which the entire day would turn, the point at which our peaceful wanderings would acquire purpose and direction, and where Holmes would demonstrate that even the smallest mysteries deserved the full application of his remarkable gifts. The woman before us appeared to be in her early 30s, respectably dressed in a walking costume of dove grey, trimmed with darker grey piping, her hat secured with a sensible pin against the sea breeze. Her face, which must ordinarily have been pleasant, was creased with concern, and her gloved hands fluttered anxiously as she spoke. The boy at her side, I judged him to be perhaps 7 or 8 years old, had his face half buried against her skirt, his small shoulders shaking with the force of his distress. Holmes and I both stood fully, and I instinctively adopted what I privately thought of as my medical manner. That calm, reassuring demeanour that I had cultivated during my years of practice, designed to soothe anxious patients and their families. "Please, madame, do sit down," I said, gesturing to the empty chairs at our table. "Catch your breath and tell us what has happened. I am Dr. Watson, and this is my friend Mr. Holmes. We should be very happy to assist in any way we can." The woman accepted our invitation with evident relief, sinking into the offered chair while gently guiding her son to sit beside her. The boy kept his face averted, but I could see that his cheeks were flushed and tear-stained, and his breathing came in those hiccuping gasps that follow prolonged crying. "Thank you, gentlemen, you are very kind," the woman said, one hand resting protectively on her son's shoulder. "I am Mrs. Violet Fletcher, and this is my son, Edmund. We are here from Croydon for the week. My husband is a solicitor, and could not join us, but he felt the sea air would do Edmund good, so we came with my sister and her family. And everything has been perfectly lovely until this morning, when—" her voice caught slightly, "when Edmund lost his ear trumpet, and without it, he simply cannot—" She paused, pressing her lips together as though to steady herself. Holmes, I noticed, had leaned forward slightly, his expression one of focused attention that I recognized well. Here was a puzzle, albeit a small one, and his mind was already beginning to work upon it. "An ear trumpet," Holmes said gently. "Your son is hard of hearing." Mrs. Fletcher nodded, and her hand tightened slightly on the boy's shoulder, a gesture of both comfort and protection. "Yes, sir. Edmund has been partially deaf since birth. We consulted numerous doctors when he was an infant. Some suggested it might improve with age, others were less optimistic. But Dr. Thornbury in Harley Street, a specialist in disorders of the ear, he recommended the trumpet, and it has made such a difference." Edmund can attend regular school now, can participate in conversations, can hear. She looked down at her son with infinite tenderness. Can hear the things that children should hear, the sea, for instance. He has been so looking forward to hearing the waves properly. The boy, Edmund, had gradually raised his head during his mother's explanation, though he still did not look directly at us. I could now see his face more clearly, a sweet-featured child with dark hair and grey eyes currently red-rimmed from crying. His expression was one of profound misery, the particular devastation that only children can display when something of enormous importance to them has been lost. "Edmund," I said softly, "may I ask you a question? When you use your ear trumpet, which ear do you hold it to?" The boy glanced at his mother, who nodded encouragingly, then pointed hesitantly to his right ear. "This one, sir. I can hear a little bit without the trumpet in my left ear, but my right ear, that's the really bad one. So the trumpet goes there, and then I can hear almost everything." His voice was oddly modulated, as many deaf or partially deaf people's voices are, not quite matching the normal patterns of pitch and emphasis that come from being able to hear oneself speak. But his articulation was clear, testament to careful teaching and practice. "I see," I said. "And this trumpet, can you describe it for us?" "It's brass," Edmund said, his voice becoming slightly more animated as he discussed the object. "Polished brass, and it's shaped like a cone, sort of, but curved. And it has a black rim around the wide end, where it rests against my ear, made of some soft material so it's comfortable. And there's an inscription on it that Dr. Thornbury had put there with my name. It says, Edmund Fletcher, 1889. A thoughtful gesture, Holmes observed. To have it inscribed, I mean. And this trumpet, you have been using it for some time then? Since 1889, presumably?" "Yes, sir. For 3 years now. I'm 10 years old, you see, though people sometimes think I'm younger because I'm rather small for my age." I had indeed underestimated the boy's age, but his explanation made sense. Children who struggle with hearing sometimes have delayed development in various ways, and Edmund's slight build might well be connected to his disability. "Edmund," Holmes said, his tone conversational and unthreatening, "I should like to help you find your trumpet, if I may. But to do so effectively, I need you to tell me exactly what you remember about this morning. When did you last have the trumpet? Where were you? And when did you realize it was missing?" The boy looked to his mother again, seeking permission, or perhaps reassurance, and she nodded encouragingly. Edmund took a deep breath, clearly trying to organize his thoughts. "We left our lodgings after breakfast," he began, speaking slowly and carefully. "Mother and Aunt Sarah and my cousins. There's 2 of them, Caroline and Beatrice. We walked to the seafront, and I had my trumpet then, because I wanted to hear the waves properly. Caroline was telling me about the bathing machines, and I could hear her quite well with the trumpet." "Good," Holmes said. "You are being very precise, which is helpful. Continue." "We walked along the promenade for a while, and then Mother said we should rest, so we sat on a bench. There were lots of people about, and seagulls, and I could hear everything with my trumpet. Then Caroline and Beatrice wanted to go look at the shops, so Aunt Sarah took them, and Mother said I could stay on the bench and watch the sea if I wanted, while she sat and read her book. Mrs. Fletcher interjected here. I was sitting right beside him, gentlemen. I would never leave Edmund unattended. I was reading, yes, but I was quite aware of his presence. "Of course," I said reassuringly. "Please, continue, Edmund." "I watched the waves," the boy went on, "and the boats, and the people walking past. And then I noticed a dog. A lovely big dog, brown and white with long ears. It came right up to me, very friendly, and I wanted to pet it, so I—" He paused, and his face crumpled slightly with the memory. "I took off my trumpet and put it down beside me on the bench, so I could use both hands to pet the dog properly. The dog's owner, a gentleman in a brown suit, he said the dog's name was Wellington, and that he was very gentle. And I was petting Wellington, and he was lovely, and then—" Tears began to form in the boy's eyes again, and his mother produced a handkerchief, gently wiping his cheeks. "Take your time, Edmund," Holmes said quietly. "You are doing very well." Then the gentleman said he had to go, and Wellington had to go with him, and they walked away. And I waved goodbye, and then I turned to get my trumpet, and it wasn't there any more. It was gone, just gone. "And you looked for it immediately?" Holmes asked. "Yes, sir. I looked all around the bench and under it, and Mother helped me look, and we searched and searched. We asked people nearby if they had seen it, but no one had. And then Aunt Sarah came back with my cousins, and they all helped look, but we couldn't find it anywhere." Mrs. Fletcher took up the narrative. "We spent the better part of an hour searching, Mr. Holmes. We examined that entire stretch of the promenade, questioned everyone we could find who had been in the vicinity, looked under benches and in waste receptacles, everywhere we could think of. Edmund was becoming increasingly distraught, and finally, I thought perhaps we should report it to a constable, or—" She made a helpless gesture. "I simply did not know what else to do. And then we came here, thinking perhaps a cup of tea might calm us both, and we saw you, gentlemen, and you looked so capable somehow. I know it must seem a trivial matter to you, but to Edmund that trumpet is—" "It is not trivial in the slightest," Holmes interrupted firmly. "It is a medical device upon which your son's ability to function in the world depends. Its loss is a serious matter, and we shall treat it as such. Dr. Watson and I would be very pleased to assist in recovering it." The relief that flooded Mrs. Fletcher's face was profound. "Oh, thank you, sir. Thank you both. I cannot tell you what this means." Holmes had already risen from his seat, his entire demeanour transformed. This was the Holmes I knew best, engaged, focused, ready for action. The peaceful holiday languor had vanished, replaced by that characteristic energy that animated him when presented with a problem requiring solution. "Mrs. Fletcher, I shall need you to show us the exact location where Edmund was sitting. Can you do that?" "Yes, of course. It was near the chain pier on the promenade. I can take you there directly." "Excellent. Watson, are you amenable to this expedition?" "Absolutely," I said, already gathering my hat and stick. I glanced at our table, where our tea things sat half-finished, and signalled to the waitress to settle our account. As we prepared to depart the tea garden, I observed Edmund's face, and was pleased to see that hope had begun to replace despair in his expression. The simple fact that adults were taking his loss seriously, were treating it as worthy of their attention and effort, had clearly done much to restore his composure. We set off as a small procession, Holmes in the lead with Mrs. Fletcher, Edmund between them, and myself bringing up the rear. The boy walked with more confidence now, his posture less defeated, though I noticed he he kept glancing up at Holmes, with an expression that mingled hope with something approaching awe. As we walked, Holmes asked questions in a steady, methodical stream, each designed to elicit specific details. What time had they arrived at the bench? From which direction had they approached? How long had Edmund been sitting there before the dog appeared? Had there been many people passing during that time? Had anyone stopped or lingered near the bench? Mrs. Fletcher answered as best she could, occasionally consulting with Edmund to confirm details. I could see Holmes assembling the information in his mind, constructing a mental picture of the scene, the timeline, the circumstances under which the trumpet had disappeared. We emerged onto the promenade, and Mrs. Fletcher pointed ahead. There, that bench, the third one past that lamp post. That is where we were sitting. The location was typical of Brighton's seafront, a wooden bench painted green, positioned to face the sea with a clear view of the chain pier extending into the water. The promenade here was busy with afternoon foot traffic, though perhaps not as crowded as it might be later in the day. Holmes approached the bench with the air of a bloodhound, picking up a scent. He examined it from every angle, bent to look underneath, studied the planking of the promenade around it, and even lay flat on his stomach, heedless of the curious stares from passing pedestrians, to peer into the narrow gap between the bench's support and the ground. Edmund watched these proceedings with wide eyes, while Mrs. Fletcher stood by with an expression that suggested she was beginning to wonder whether she had made a terrible mistake in enlisting the aid of this eccentric gentleman. I caught her eye and smiled reassuringly. "I know Mr. Holmes's methods may appear unorthodox, Mrs. Fletcher, but I assure you he is quite brilliant at this sort of thing. If anyone can find Edmund's trumpet, it is he." She nodded, though still looking somewhat uncertain. "I do hope so, Dr. Watson. Edmund has been so brave about his condition, and the trumpet has given him such freedom. To lose it would be—" Her voice caught again, and she did not finish the sentence. Holmes had completed his examination of the immediate area and was now pacing slowly along the promenade, his eyes scanning the ground, the benches, the railings, even the faces of passing pedestrians. I recognized this behavior. He was reconstructing the scene in his mind, playing out various scenarios, testing hypotheses against the physical evidence. After several minutes, he returned to where we stood. His expression was thoughtful, but not discouraged, which I took as a positive sign. "Edmund," he said, crouching down so that he was at the boy's eye level, "I want you to think very carefully. When you put the trumpet down on the bench, exactly where did you place it? Close to you? Far from you? At the edge of the bench, or in the middle?" Edmund screwed up his face in concentration. I think I put it right beside me, on my left side, because the dog was on my right. Not at the edge, but not in the middle either. Just there." He pointed to a spot on the bench. "And you were sitting approximately here?" Holmes indicated a position on the bench. "Yes, sir. Exactly there." Holmes nodded slowly, his eyes distant as he calculated something. Then, quite abruptly, he smiled, that quick, sharp smile that indicated he had perceived something significant. "Mrs. Fletcher," he said, rising to his full height, "I believe I may know what happened to Edmund's trumpet. But to confirm my theory, I shall need to conduct a rather more extensive search. If you and Edmund would be willing to wait here, or perhaps retire to that tea room across the way, I believe Dr. Watson and I can resolve this mystery within the hour." Mrs. Fletcher looked as though she scarcely dared to hope. "Truly, Mr. Holmes? You think you can find it?" "I am reasonably confident," Holmes replied, "though I must caution that I cannot guarantee success. Still, I should like to make the attempt." "We shall wait at the tea-room," Mrs. Fletcher decided. "Edmund, would you like an ice? I think you have been very brave today, and deserve a treat." The boy nodded, and as they departed towards the tea-room, I saw him glance back at Holmes with an expression of such naked hope that it quite tugged at my heart. When they were out of earshot, I turned to Holmes. "Well, what have you deduced?" His eyes were bright with the pleasure of a problem yielding to analysis. "Several things, Watson, but most importantly, I believe I know what became of the trumpet, and with your assistance, I believe we can recover it before the day is out." "Well, Holmes," I said, watching as Mrs. Fletcher and Edmund disappeared into the tea-room across the promenade, "you have certainly piqued my curiosity. What has that remarkable brain of yours concluded?" Holmes remained standing by the bench, his long fingers steepled before his face in that characteristic gesture of concentration. His eyes swept across the scene, the promenade, the beach below, the passing pedestrians, taking in details with that peculiar intensity that always reminded me of a hawk surveying terrain for prey. "Consider, Watson, the essential facts of the case," he began, his voice taking on that lecturing tone he adopted when explaining his reasoning. "A brass ear trumpet, small enough to be portable but substantial enough to be valuable, disappears from a bench in broad daylight, despite the boy's mother sitting immediately beside him, and despite the promenade being moderately populated with witnesses." "Yes, quite a puzzle," I agreed. "Surely no one would be brazen enough to simply steal it, with Mrs. Fletcher sitting right there." "Ah, but that is where you make your first error, Watson. Assuming theft was involved at all. Consider the physical evidence. I examined that bench most thoroughly. Do you know what I found?" "I confess I did not observe your findings in detail." "Then let me enlighten you. The bench showed the typical wear patterns one would expect: scratches from walking sticks, weathering from salt air, various stains from food and drink consumed by previous occupants. But more relevantly, I observed several distinct marks in the accumulated dust and grime beneath the bench. Paw prints, Watson, fresh paw prints from a large dog." I felt my eyebrows rise. "Wellington, the dog Edmund was petting." "Precisely. Now consider the boy's account. He placed the trumpet beside him on the bench while he attended to the dog. The trumpet, being brass and therefore both shiny and curved, would have caught the light. And what do we know about dogs, particularly playful dogs?" Understanding began to dawn. They are attracted to bright, moving objects. And if someone bumped the bench, or if the trumpet was placed at a slight angle, it would have rolled or slid off the edge of the bench, Holmes completed. Given the bench's height and the angle of the promenade here, a cylindrical object falling from it would naturally roll toward the railing, and potentially through the gaps in that railing, down onto the beach below. I looked at the railing he indicated, noting the vertical bars with generous spaces between them, certainly wide enough for a trumpet to pass through. But Holmes, if it fell to the beach, surely they would have found it when they searched. Would they? Consider the nature of the beach here, Watson. What is it composed of? Shingle, those smooth pebbles, rather than sand. Exactly. Now imagine a brass trumpet, curved and hollow, falling onto a beach of similar-sized pebbles. What happens? I thought about it carefully, visualizing the scene. It would bounce, certainly. And then, oh, I see. It might well lodge itself among the pebbles in such a way that it becomes difficult to spot, especially if one is searching from above, looking down at the beach from the promenade. Excellent, Watson. Your powers of deduction continue to improve, but there is another factor to consider. What does the tide do? The tide? I looked out at the water, then back at Holmes. Good Lord, if the trumpet fell at or near the waterline, the tide might have carried it further along the beach, yes, or might have partially buried it as the waves disturbed the shingle. Mrs. Fletcher said they searched for about an hour. In that time, depending on when exactly the trumpet was lost, the tide could have changed significantly. I consulted my pocket watch. It is now 2:30. If Edmund lost the trumpet mid-morning, as Mrs. Fletcher indicated, we are talking about a span of several hours. Precisely. The tide here is not dramatic. Brighton is on the English Channel, after all, not the Atlantic, but it is sufficient to alter the beach configuration. However, there is good news. Which is? The trumpet is brass, therefore dense and heavy. It will not have been carried far by the relatively gentle waves of Brighton's shore. And if my theory is correct about it falling through the railing, I can calculate approximately where it might have landed based on the trajectory, the height of the fall, and the slope of the beach. Holmes's eyes had taken on that faraway quality that indicated his mind was performing rapid calculations. I had long since ceased to be amazed by his ability to consider multiple variables simultaneously and arrive at logical conclusions, but I never ceased to admire it. The question, he continued, is whether we should search from the promenade level, hoping to spot the trumpet among the shingle from above, or whether we should descend to the beach itself for a more thorough examination. The latter seems more practical, I suggested. If the trumpet is lodged among the pebbles, we shall need to be at close range to see it. I concur. Come, Watson, let us make our way down to the beach. There are steps just ahead. We proceeded along the promenade until we reached a flight of stone steps that led down to beach level. These steps, worn smooth by countless feet over many years, descended between wooden groins, those perpendicular barriers designed to prevent excessive beach erosion. As we descended, the character of our surroundings changed markedly. The sounds of the promenade, conversation, footsteps, the occasional vehicle, receded, replaced by the more immediate sounds of the sea. The constant rush and withdrawal of waves, the rattling of pebbles pulled by retreating water, the cries of gulls. The beach at this hour was moderately populated, but far from crowded. Several families had established temporary territories, their children engaged in various forms of seaside play, despite the challenges presented by a shingle beach rather than sand. Young women in bathing costumes were emerging from the bathing machines, those peculiar wheeled changing rooms that could be drawn into the water to preserve modesty. An elderly gentleman was fly fishing from the shore, his line arcing gracefully into the waves. Holmes stood at the base of the steps, his hand shading his eyes as he surveyed the beach. Then, with decisive movements, he began pacing along the shoreline, his path taking him roughly parallel to where the bench sat on the promenade above. If the trumpet fell from the bench and passed through the railing, he murmured, more to himself than to me, accounting for lateral movement during the fall and subsequent bouncing. It should be somewhere in this general area. He gestured to a stretch of beach, perhaps 20 yards long, between the waterline and the base of the promenade wall. The area was covered in the characteristic shingle, smooth oval pebbles ranging from the size of a large pea to the size of a man's fist, in varying shades of grey, white, brown, and occasionally more colourful stones. "This may take some time," I observed. "The trumpet could be anywhere within that area and covered by pebbles to boot." "Then we must be systematic," Holmes replied. "Watson, I suggest we divide the search area. You begin at that groin there and work your way toward me. I shall start from this end. Search carefully. Look not just at the surface, but for any disturbance in the shingle that might indicate something beneath. A brass trumpet, even partially buried, may catch the light in a distinctive way." I took up my assigned position, feeling slightly absurd as I began my careful examination of the beach. Around us, holiday-makers continued their activities, some casting curious glances at the two gentlemen in city clothes who were scrutinizing the shingle with such intense concentration. I did my best to ignore these observers, focusing instead on the task at hand. The work was more challenging than I had anticipated. Each section of beach seemed to contain hundreds, thousands of individual pebbles, and my eyes began to play tricks on me after only a few minutes. Several times I thought I spotted something metallic, only to discover it was merely a whetstone catching the light in a particular way, or a fragment of broken glass smoothed by the sea. I glanced at Holmes, who was conducting his search with characteristic thoroughness, occasionally crouching to examine something more closely, or using his stick to gently shift pebbles aside. His concentration was absolute, undisturbed by the curious onlookers or the various distractions of the busy beach. "Holmes," I called after perhaps 10 minutes of fruitless searching, "might the trumpet have been found by someone else? A beachcomber, perhaps, who pocketed it without realizing its significance to its owner?" "Possible, but unlikely," Holmes replied, without looking up from his examination. "Consider the timing. If the trumpet fell this morning, let us say around 10 or 11 o'clock, and Mrs. Fletcher began searching immediately, there would have been limited opportunity for someone to find it before she arrived on the scene. And a brass ear trumpet is not the sort of object that people typically pocket. It is clearly a medical device, clearly valuable, and clearly belonging to someone. Most people, finding such an item, would either leave it where it lay or turn it in to the authorities. This logic seemed sound, and I returned to my search with renewed determination. The sun was warm on my back, and I could feel perspiration beginning to form beneath my collar. The sounds of the beach created a curiously soothing backdrop. Children's laughter, adult conversation, the eternal rhythm of the waves. I had covered perhaps half of my assigned area when I heard Holmes make a small sound of interest. Not quite an exclamation, but a definite vocalization that suggested discovery. I looked up to see him kneeling on the shingle, his hands carefully moving pebbles aside. "Watson," he called, "I believe I may have found something. Bring your medical bag if you have it. No, wait, you would not have brought it on our holiday. Never mind, come here." I made my way across the beach toward him, my feet crunching on the shifting stones. As I approached, I could see that Holmes had created a small excavation in the shingle, perhaps 6 inches deep, and there, partially visible among the pebbles was an unmistakable glint of polished brass. "The trumpet!" I exclaimed. "So it appears," Holmes said, continuing to carefully remove pebbles. "Help me, Watson, but gently. We do not want to scratch it or damage the inscription." Together, we worked to free the trumpet from its pebbly prison. It had indeed lodged itself among the stones, the narrow end pointing downward, the wider end level with the surface of the beach. Additional pebbles, disturbed by the tide and by passing feet, had accumulated around and over it, creating an effective burial. After a few minutes of careful work, Holmes lifted the trumpet free. It was indeed a handsome piece, polished brass fashioned into an elegant curve, with a black rim of what appeared to be leather or rubber at the wider end for comfort against the ear. Despite its ordeal, it appeared undamaged, though it was somewhat wet and had acquired a coating of sand in its crevices. Holmes examined it closely, then tilted it to read the inscription engraved near the narrow end. "Edmund Fletcher, 1889. "Excellent," he said with satisfaction. "The very item, and in good condition. A thorough cleaning will restore it to full functionality." I felt a surge of genuine pleasure at the discovery. "Well done, Holmes. The boy will be overjoyed." "It was merely a matter of logical deduction and systematic searching," Holmes replied, though I detected a note of satisfaction in his voice. "Come, let us return this to its rightful owner without delay. The child has been distressed long enough." We made our way back to the stone steps and climbed to the promenade level. As we walked toward the tea-room where Mrs. Fletcher and Edmund waited, Holmes carefully cleaned the trumpet with his handkerchief, removing the worst of the sand and water. "You know, Watson," he said as we walked, "there is something particularly satisfying about cases such as these. No elaborate criminal conspiracy, no malicious intent, simply an unfortunate accident and a logical solution. The boy was careless. Physics took its inevitable course. And now we restore what was lost. Simple cause and effect, resolved through observation and reason." "And yet," I observed, "this simple case will mean the world to that young boy. He will be able to hear the sea again, Holmes. That is no small thing." Holmes was quiet for a moment, then nodded slowly. "You are quite right, Watson. The significance of a case is not measured by its complexity, but by its impact on those involved. I sometimes forget that." We had reached the tea-room, and through its window I could see Mrs. Fletcher sitting at a table, her face lined with anxiety, while Edmund sat beside her, mechanically spooning ice cream from a glass dish, his expression still dejected. "Shall we deliver the good news?" I suggested. Holmes smiled, one of his rare, genuine smiles. "Indeed we shall. After you, Doctor." I pushed open the door to the tea-room, and immediately Mrs. Fletcher looked up, her eyes searching our faces for any indication of success or failure. When she saw Holmes holding the brass trumpet aloft, her expression transformed utterly. Relief, joy, and gratitude chasing each other across her features. "You found it!" she cried, rising so quickly that her chair scraped loudly against the floor. "Oh, Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson, you actually found it!" Edmund, slower to comprehend what was happening, looked from his mother to us, then saw what Holmes was holding. His face lit up as though illuminated from within, and he too jumped to his feet, his ice cream immediately forgotten. "My trumpet!" he exclaimed, his oddly pitched voice breaking with emotion. "You found my trumpet." Holmes approached the table, and, with a slight formal bow, presented the trumpet to the boy. I believe this belongs to you, young man. It was on the beach, lodged among the shingle precisely where my calculations suggested it would be. A thorough cleaning is recommended, but I believe it is undamaged." Edmund took the trumpet with both hands, holding it as though it were made of precious crystal rather than brass. His eyes had filled with tears again, but these were tears of joy rather than distress. He pressed the trumpet to his chest for a moment, then looked up at Holmes with an expression of pure adoration. "Thank you, sir," he said, his voice trembling. "Thank you so very much. I don't know what I would have done without it. I can hear with it, you see. Without it, everything is so quiet and distant, and I feel so lost. But with it, I can hear properly. I can hear my mother's voice clearly, and the sea and everything." Mrs. Fletcher had produced her handkerchief again, but this time it was to dab at her own eyes. "Gentlemen, I cannot express my gratitude adequately. You have no idea what this means to Edmund, to our family. When Dr. Thornbury first fitted him with the trumpet, it was as though our son had been restored to us. To have lost it would have been—" Her voice broke, and she could not continue. "Please, madam," I said gently, "think nothing of it. We are simply glad we could help." Edmund had been examining his trumpet, running his fingers over the familiar curves, checking the inscription. Now he looked up at Holmes with sudden concern. "Sir, how much do we owe you? For finding it, I mean. Mother, do we have enough money to pay Mr. Holmes?" This innocent question clearly distressed Mrs. Fletcher, who began to speak about compensation, but Holmes held up his hand to forestall her. "My dear Edmund," he said, addressing the boy directly, "I require no payment whatsoever. The satisfaction of solving the puzzle and seeing you reunited with your trumpet is quite sufficient reward. However, if you wish to repay me, you might do so by taking excellent care of that trumpet from now on. Perhaps a small strap or chain to secure it to your person when you are out and about. That would prevent future such accidents." Edmund nodded vigorously. "Yes, sir. I shall be ever so careful from now on. I promise." "Excellent. Then we shall consider the account settled." Holmes glanced at me. "Watson, shall we leave this happy family to their reunion? I believe we have accomplished what we set out to do." But before we could take our leave, Edmund stepped forward and, quite unexpectedly, wrapped his arms around Holmes's waist in an impulsive embrace of gratitude. For a moment, Holmes stood absolutely still, clearly surprised by this display of affection. Then, slowly, he placed one hand on the boy's shoulder in a gesture that was both gentle and oddly touching. There, young man," he said, his voice softer than usual. "All is well now. Go and hear the sea. That is what you came to Brighton for, is it not?" Edmund stepped back, nodding, then turned to embrace me as well. I returned the hug warmly, my heart quite full with the simple joy of having helped this child. As we finally took our leave of the tea-room and emerged once more into the afternoon sunshine, I glanced at Holmes and saw that his expression was thoughtful, almost contemplative. "That was well done, Holmes," I said quietly. "Both the detection and the treatment of the boy." "Thank you, Watson. I confess I find myself unexpectedly moved by the outcome. It is a curious thing, is it not? I have solved cases involving thousands of pounds, matters of international importance, intricate criminal conspiracies, and yet this simple matter of a lost ear trumpet feels somehow more significant. Perhaps, I suggested, because the reward was so immediate and visible. You saw the direct result of your efforts in that child's face. That is a gift not often given to those in your profession. Holmes nodded slowly. Perhaps you are right. Come, let us walk. I find I need a few moments to collect my thoughts. We set off along the promenade once more. 2 friends walking side by side in comfortable silence, while behind us a young boy pressed his brass trumpet to his ear and heard, perhaps for the first time that day, the true voice of the sea. We walked in companionable silence for some minutes after leaving the tea-room, both of us, I think, absorbing the quiet satisfaction that comes from a task well completed. The afternoon had advanced considerably during our search, and the quality of light had changed, still bright, but with that subtle softening that presages the approach of evening. The promenade remained busy, but the frenetic energy of midday had given way to something more leisurely, more contemplative. Holmes seemed lost in thought, his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze directed sometimes at the sea, sometimes at the passing crowds, but with an abstraction that suggested his mind was elsewhere. I recognized this mood. It was the state he entered after a case had concluded, when he was processing not merely the solution, but its implications and meanings. "You know, Watson," he said at length, breaking our silence, "I have been reflecting on the nature of value. That trumpet, to most people, would be merely a medical device, worth perhaps a few pounds. But to young Edmund, it is priceless. It is the difference between isolation and connection, between silence and the full experience of the world. Its recovery was, to him, a matter of profound importance." "Indeed," I agreed. "And your point, Holmes?" "Simply that we often fail to recognize the true significance of things. I have devoted my career to what the world considers important matters, crimes of great consequence, mysteries that affect powerful people, cases that make headlines in the newspapers. Yet, how many quiet tragedies go unnoticed? How many lost objects, missing persons, small injustices receive no attention because they are not deemed sufficiently important?" This was an unusually philosophical turn for Holmes, and I was intrigued by where his thoughts were leading. "Are you suggesting you should take on more cases like Edmund's?" "I am suggesting," he said carefully, "that my criteria for accepting cases may have been somewhat narrow. I tend to seek out the intellectually stimulating, the complex, the challenging. But challenge and importance are not always synonymous. Edmund's case was simplicity itself, from a deductive standpoint. And yet it mattered," I finished, "perhaps more than many of the elaborate cases you have solved." "Perhaps," Holmes conceded, "though I confess I am ill-suited to spending my days searching for lost objects. The intellectual stimulation would be insufficient to sustain my interest. But I wonder if there might be a middle way, attending to cases both intellectually engaging and meaningfully important to ordinary people." "You already do that, Holmes," I pointed out gently. "Think of the cases we have handled, where ordinary people, clerks, governesses, tradesmen, have sought your help. You have never turned away a client based on their social standing or the supposed significance of their problem." "True," he acknowledged, "though I confess I have sometimes been impatient with what I perceived as trivial concerns. This afternoon has reminded me that what seems trivial to the observer may be catastrophic to the sufferer. We had reached a section of the promenade that featured several telescopes mounted on stands, available for public use upon the insertion of a penny. Holmes paused beside one, fishing in his pocket for a coin, and applied his eye to the viewing piece after activating the mechanism. "What do you see?" I asked, curious about what had caught his interest. "The chain pier," he replied, adjusting the telescope slightly. "Quite an elegant structure, really. The engineering required to build a pier extending so far into the sea must have been considerable. I read that it was completed in 1823, designed by Captain Samuel Brown, who also designed several suspension bridges. The principle is similar, you see. The pier uses chains to support the deck, just as a suspension bridge would." He stepped back from the telescope and gestured for me to look. I bent to the eyepiece and found myself with a magnified view of the pier's intricate ironwork, the decorative pavilions that crowned it, and the various people strolling along its length or fishing from its edges. It was indeed a handsome structure, though I knew from my reading that it had suffered storm damage over the years and required constant maintenance. "Beautiful," I commented, straightening up, "though I understand it faces an uncertain future. The West Pier is much newer and has stolen much of its traffic." "Such is progress," Holmes observed. "The old gives way to the new, whether we wish it or not. Though I confess I prefer the chain pier's delicacy to the West Pier's more robust construction. There is something appealingly ephemeral about it, as though it is only temporarily resting on the water rather than dominating it." This aesthetic observation surprised me, coming as it did from a man who claimed to care little for such considerations. But then, Holmes had been full of surprises today. His patience with Edmund, his philosophical musings, his appreciation of architectural beauty. The holiday was revealing aspects of his character that our usual London existence kept hidden. We continued our walk, eventually finding ourselves near the Palace Pier, or rather, the site where it was being constructed, as this new pleasure pier was not yet complete. The construction was impressive in scale, and we paused to watch workmen labouring on the structure, the sound of hammering and sawing carrying clearly across the water. "I wonder," I mused, "whether young Edmund will remember this day, not just the loss and recovery of his trumpet, but the whole experience, the fear, the search, the relief. Such moments often become the defining memories of childhood." "I suspect he will," Holmes replied. "Traumatic events, even relatively minor ones, tend to embed themselves deeply in memory. Though in this case the trauma was resolved quickly and positively, which may mitigate its long-term impact. What he will certainly remember is the lesson about caring for important possessions. Thanks to your suggestion about securing the trumpet with a strap or chain. Simple, practical advice, but necessary. The boy is young and will be careless again, as all children are. Better to build preventive measures into his habits than to rely on constant vigilance." A thought occurred to me. "Holmes, did you consider that the trumpet might not be found? What would you have told the boy then?" Holmes was quiet for a moment, considering. "I did consider that possibility, yes. Had we not recovered it, I suppose I would have offered to fund a replacement. Dr. Thornbury in Harley Street," Mrs. Fletcher mentioned. "I would have arranged for a new trumpet to be made and fitted, regardless of cost." This confession moved me deeply, as it revealed a generosity that Holmes typically kept concealed. He was not a wealthy man. His income from cases was irregular, and he had no private fortune. Yet he would have spent what might have been a significant sum to restore a child's hearing. "You are a better man than you pretend to be, Holmes," I said softly. He shrugged, looking uncomfortable with this praise. "I simply have no use for money beyond covering my modest needs. What good is it if not deployed for useful purposes? But come, Watson, we are growing maudlin. This holiday was meant to be restorative, not an exercise in sentimentality." Despite his words, I noted that his tone was not harsh, but rather affectionately teasing. We walked on, and as we did so, I became aware that we were retracing our morning's route, past the tea gardens where we had first encountered Mrs. Fletcher, past the bookshop in the lanes where Holmes had purchased his cryptography monograph, past the spot on the old Stein where we had listened to the brass band. The band was no longer performing, but the space still held several dozen people, now listening to a different form of entertainment. A Punch and Judy show had been erected, and children were gathered before it, shrieking with delighted horror at Punch's antics while their parents watched indulgently from nearby benches. We paused to observe for a few moments. The puppeteer was skilled, his voices distinctive and dramatic, and the traditional story unfolded with all its violence and absurdity. Punch beat his wife, threw the baby out the window, fought with a crocodile, and eventually triumphed over the devil himself. All while the children screamed warnings and encouragement in equal measure. Curious, Holmes mused, that we allow children to witness such violence in puppet form, yet shield them carefully from any real-world brutality. Perhaps because the puppet violence is so obviously artificial, I suggested. There is no real suffering, no genuine consequence. It allows children to process the concept of conflict and danger within a safe framework. A reasonable theory, Holmes conceded, though I note that Mr. Punch's actions, assault, attempted murder, contempt for authority, would earn him a lengthy prison sentence in reality, yet here he is presented as a triumphant hero. What moral lesson are children meant to derive? Perhaps that cleverness and resilience can overcome adversity, I offered. Or perhaps it is simply entertainment, meant to amuse rather than instruct. Perhaps, Holmes agreed, though he sounded unconvinced. The show concluded to enthusiastic applause, and the puppeteer emerged from his booth to collect contributions from the appreciative audience. Holmes dropped a shilling into the man's hat, a generous sum that earned a surprised but grateful nod. "That was well performed," Holmes said to the puppeteer. "Your characterizations were distinct, and your timing excellent. Have you been practicing this profession long?" The puppeteer, a weathered man of perhaps 50, with shrewd eyes and nimble fingers, brightened at this recognition. "Near on 30 years, sir. Started when I was a lad, learning from my father, who learned from his father. It's traditional, see? Passed down through families, the voices and the movements and the timing of the jokes." "Fascinating," Holmes said, and I could see his genuine interest. "An oral tradition, then, preserved through demonstration rather than written instruction. Do you find that modern audiences respond differently than audiences of previous generations?" "Aye, sir, they do," the puppeteer replied, warming to his subject. "Children today are more sophisticated, I suppose you'd say. They've seen more, know more, so I have to work harder to surprise them, to keep their attention. But the core of it, Punch's rebellion against authority, his refusal to be beaten down, that still resonates. Always has, always will." They conversed for several more minutes, Holmes asking detailed questions about the craft, while I listened with interest. It was typical of Holmes to find fascination in unexpected places, to treat a street entertainer's knowledge with the same respect he might give a university professor's. When we finally took our leave, the puppeteer looked genuinely pleased to have had his expertise recognized and valued. "You see, Watson," Holmes said as we walked on, "every profession has its techniques, its accumulated wisdom, its traditions. That man is an expert in his field, as surely as I am in mine, or you are in medicine. The world is full of such experts, each possessing knowledge that outsiders might dismiss as trivial, but which represents years of dedicated practice and refinement." "Another lesson from our Seaside interlude," I suggested with a smile. "Perhaps. Or perhaps I am simply in an unusually receptive mood. This holiday has proven more educational than I anticipated." The afternoons was indeed waning now, the sun descending toward the horizon in a display of gold and amber light. The temperature had dropped slightly, the sea breeze acquiring a cooler edge that was actually quite pleasant after the day's warmth. Around us, families were beginning to pack up their beach belongings. Day trippers were heading towards the station for return trains to London, and the restaurants and public houses were beginning to fill with early dinner patrons. "I confess I am growing hungry," I admitted. "That tea and pastries seem a very long time ago, and we have had quite an active afternoon." "As am I," Holmes agreed. "Mrs. Pemberton mentioned that she could provide evening meals if we wished, but I am inclined to try one of the local establishments. There was a chop house I noticed near the pavilion that looked promising. Traditional fare, well prepared, reasonable prices." "That sounds excellent. Shall we make our way there?" We set off through the early evening streets, joining the flow of people moving inland from the seafront. Brighton at this hour had yet another character. The desperate gaiety of midday had given way to something more settled and genuine. These were people relaxing after their day's activities, looking forward to good food and comfortable rest. The town itself seemed to exhale, releasing the tension of performance that any resort town must maintain during daylight hours. The chop house Holmes had selected proved to be an excellent choice. A substantial establishment with dark wood panelling, crisp white tablecloths, and an atmosphere of unpretentious competence. We were shown to a quiet table near the window, from which we could watch the street life while we dined. The menu was exactly what one would expect from a good British chop house: roast beef, mutton chops, steak, and kidney pudding, various fish dishes, and substantial accompaniments. We both ordered the roast beef with Yorkshire pudding, along with a respectable claret that the waiter recommended. As we waited for our meal, I reflected on the day's events: our morning walk, the encounter with young Timothy Ashford and his stone collection, the pastries at Mrs. Ashworth's shop, the brass band, the bookshop, and finally, the search for and recovery of Edmund Fletcher's ear trumpet. It had been, I realized, an extraordinarily full day, rich with small experiences and encounters that individually seemed modest, but collectively created a tapestry of genuine contentment. "Holmes," I said, raising my glass when the wine arrived, "I propose a toast to successful conclusions, both great and small." He smiled and raised his own glass. "To successful conclusions, and to the wisdom to recognize their value, regardless of scale." We drank, and then our meal arrived: generous portions of perfectly cooked beef, crisp Yorkshire puddings, roasted potatoes, and tender vegetables. We applied ourselves to the food with genuine appetite, the day's exertions having earned us this reward. As we ate, Holmes seemed more relaxed than I had seen him in months, perhaps years. The tension that typically inhabited his frame, that sense of coiled energy always ready to spring into action, had dissipated. He ate slowly, savoring the food rather than consuming it merely as fuel. He made casual observations about our fellow diners, but without the sharp, analytical edge that usually characterized such commentary. He was, I realized, simply being present in the moment, allowing himself to experience contentment without analyzing or questioning it. "You know, Watson," he said as we finished our meal and awaited the dessert course, "I believe Mrs. Hudson was right. This holiday was necessary. I had not realized how depleted I had become. The work I do, the constant mental exertion, the exposure to humanity's darker aspects, it takes a toll that is not always immediately apparent." "I'm glad you recognize it," I said warmly. "You drive yourself too hard, Holmes. Always have. But even the finest machine requires maintenance and rest, or it will eventually fail." A somewhat mechanical metaphor, but apt nonetheless, he agreed. "I shall endeavour to be more mindful of such needs in the future. Though I suspect that when we return to London and I am presented with a sufficiently intriguing case, all such wisdom will be immediately forgotten." I laughed, recognizing the truth of this prediction. "Probably. But at least for now, for these few days, you are allowing yourself to rest. That is no small victory." Our dessert arrived, treacle tart with custard, rich and satisfying, and we concluded our meal in comfortable silence. When we finally settled the bill and emerged into the evening, the sun had fully set, and Brighton had transformed once again into its nocturnal self. Gas lamps cast pools of warm light along the streets, and the sounds of the town had changed. Music drifting from public houses, laughter from groups of young people, the distant sound of the sea that never truly ceased. "Shall we walk back along the promenade?" Holmes suggested. "A final glimpse of the sea before we retire?" An excellent idea. We made our way to the seafront and found ourselves alone with the night and the water. The promenade, so busy during daylight hours, was now nearly deserted. The sea was barely visible in the darkness, its presence announced more by sound than sight. The rhythmic rush and retreat of waves, eternal and soothing. We stood at the railing, looking out into the darkness, and I felt a profound sense of peace descend upon me. This day, which had begun with such simple pleasures and had included an unexpected adventure, was concluding with perfect serenity. "Thank you, Holmes," I said quietly. "For what, Watson?" "For agreeing to this holiday, for allowing yourself to rest, for helping that boy, for being my friend." He was silent for a moment, then placed his hand briefly on my shoulder, a rare gesture of physical affection from this most cerebral of men. "The thanks are mutual, Watson. Your friendship is invaluable. I do not say such things often enough." We stood there together for a few moments longer, two friends at the sea's edge, before turning back toward our lodgings and the promise of restful sleep. We retired to our lodgings as the evening deepened into true night, the streets of Brighton gradually surrendering their bustle to the quieter rhythms of darkness. Mrs. Pemberton was still awake when we entered, her sitting-room lamp casting a welcoming glow into the entrance hall. She appeared at her door as we ascended the stairs, inquiring whether we had enjoyed our day and whether we required anything for the night. We assured her that all was well, wished her good evening, and continued to our respective rooms. I performed my nightly ablutions, changed into my nightshirt, and settled into bed with my newly acquired volume of Boswell. But I found that despite my intention to read, my mind kept returning to the day's events, playing them over like scenes from a theatre production. The morning sunshine and fresh sea air, the encounter with young Timothy and his geological enthusiasms, Mrs. Ashworth's excellent pastries, the brass band on the old stein, and most vividly, the distress in young Edmund Fletcher's face transforming into pure joy when Holmes presented him with his recovered trumpet. I set aside the book, realizing that sleep wouldn't come until I had processed these experiences more fully. Rising, I wrapped my dressing gown about me and moved to the writing desk positioned near my window. Opening the window to admit the night air, cool now, carrying that distinctive salt and seaweed perfume that marks all coastal towns, I lit the desk lamp and drew out paper and pen. Writing has always been my method of making sense of experience, of transforming the chaos of lived moments into ordered narrative. It is why I have documented so many of Holmes's cases, why I maintain this journal, why I find solace in the act of setting words upon paper. And tonight, I felt compelled to capture not merely the facts of the day, but its essential character, its deeper meanings. I began to write, my pen moving across the paper with that particular satisfaction that comes when thoughts flow freely into words. There are days in one's life that seem, in the moment, to be merely pleasant interludes, unexceptional passages of time marked by no great drama or achievement. Yet some of these days, upon reflection, reveal themselves to be something more significant. Small, perfect gems of experience that illuminate larger truths about existence, friendship, and human connection. I paused, considering this opening, then continued. Today was such a day. Holmes and I spent it in simple holiday pursuits, walking, eating, observing the life of Brighton in its spring glory. And, yet, within this simplicity, we encountered a small mystery that, though trivial by the standards of Holmes's usual casework, proved to be profoundly meaningful in ways that more elaborate cases seldom achieve. The act of writing was clarifying my own understanding of why the day had affected me so deeply. It was not merely the successful recovery of the trumpet, though that was satisfying. It was something more fundamental about witnessing Holmes, that most rational and cerebral of men, respond with genuine compassion to a child's distress. It was seeing how even small acts of kindness could have profound impacts. It was the reminder that life's most important moments often arrive unannounced, disguised as ordinary occurrences. I wrote for perhaps half an hour, capturing the day's events and my reflections upon them. Eventually, my eyes began to grow heavy, and I set down my pen, reading over what I had written. It would require refinement, certainly, but the essential truth was there, preserved in ink for whatever future occasion might require its consultation. Returning to bed, I fell asleep almost immediately, my dreams filled with sunshine and the sound of waves. The following morning dawned clear and bright, promising another beautiful day. I woke feeling genuinely refreshed, the deep, restorative sleep that comes only when mind and body are both truly at ease. After dressing and descending to breakfast, I found Holmes already at table, looking similarly well rested. "Good morning, Watson," he greeted me cheerfully. "I trust you slept well?" "Remarkably so. And you?" "Quite well. I find this sea air acts as a natural sedative, far preferable to my usual methods of courting sleep." This oblique reference to his occasional use of cocaine to combat insomnia pleased me, as it suggested he recognized the value of more wholesome alternatives. Mrs. Pemberton arrived with our breakfast: kippers, eggs, toast, and strong tea, and we discussed our plans for the day. "I thought we might explore the area east of Brighton," Holmes suggested. "The coastal path toward Rottingdean is said to be quite scenic. A good long walk, pleasant views, and if we time it correctly, we might take luncheon at one of the villages before returning." "An excellent plan," I agreed. "I should enjoy a proper ramble." We finished our breakfast and prepared for our expedition. Comfortable walking clothes, stout boots, hats against the sun, and walking sticks for the uncertain terrain. Mrs. Pemberton provided us with a small parcel of provisions: cheese, bread, and apples, in case we found ourselves distant from suitable refreshment. The walk proved to be everything Holmes had promised. The coastal path wound along the chalk cliffs, offering spectacular views of the Channel stretching away to France, invisible beyond the horizon. The morning light on the water created effects of extraordinary beauty, shifting patterns of silver and blue, punctuated by the white sails of distant vessels. Seabirds wheeled overhead, their cries mingling with the sound of waves against the cliff base far below. We encountered few other walkers, the path being somewhat remote and requiring more exertion than the average holidaymaker cared to invest. This solitude suited us both. We walked for long stretches in companionable silence, each absorbed in our own thoughts, occasionally pausing to examine some feature of interest: an unusual plant, a particularly fine view, the ruins of an old smuggler's watch-post. At one such pause, sitting on a convenient flat rock to rest and consume some of Mrs. Pemberton's provisions, Holmes suddenly spoke. "Watson, I have been thinking about yesterday, about young Edmund and his trumpet." "Yes." "It occurs to me that I have, perhaps, been too selective in my choice of cases. I have sought complexity, intellectual challenge, the opportunity to exercise my particular talents against worthy opponents. But in doing so, I may have overlooked a fundamental truth, that the value of assistance rendered is not determined by the sophistication of the problem, but by the magnitude of its impact on those affected." I was struck by this admission. It represented a significant evolution in Holmes's thinking, a recognition that his gifts might serve purposes beyond his own intellectual gratification. "That is a generous realization," I said carefully, "though I wouldn't want you to feel obligated to take on cases that fail to engage your faculties. Your abilities are rare, Holmes, and should be deployed where they can accomplish what others cannot." "True," he agreed. "I am not suggesting I become a general finder of lost objects or resolver of minor domestic disputes. But perhaps I might be more receptive to cases that, while not intellectually demanding, address genuine human need, a middle path, as we discussed yesterday." "I think that would be admirable," I said, "and I suspect you would find satisfaction in such work, even if the intellectual rewards are modest." He nodded thoughtfully, then smiled. "But let us not become too earnest in our philosophizing. We are on holiday, after all. Come, there is another mile or two to the village, and I find I am developing an appetite for luncheon." We continued our walk, eventually arriving at Rottingdean, a charming village nestled in a valley between the chalk downs. We found a pleasant inn, where we enjoyed a substantial meal of cold meat pie, pickled vegetables, and excellent local beer. The innkeeper, learning we were visitors from London, regaled us with stories of the village's history, including its reputation as a haunt for smugglers in earlier times. The whole coast was at it in those days, he told us, warming to his subject. Brandy from France, silk, tea, tobacco, anything that could be brought ashore and avoid the excise duties. There's caves and tunnels all along this stretch, some of them connecting to old houses in the village. My own cellar. Now there's a passage that once led down to the beach, though it's long since collapsed and filled in. Holmes listened with interest, asking detailed questions about the smuggling trade's organization and methods. I could see his mind working, categorizing and analyzing even this historical information, finding patterns and principles that might have application to his modern work. After luncheon, we began our return journey to Brighton. The afternoon sun was warm on our backs as we retraced our path along the cliffs, and by the time we reached our lodgings, both of us were pleasantly tired from the day's exertions. The remainder of our holiday passed in similar fashion, days filled with simple pleasures, gentle exploration, good food, and better companionship. We visited the Royal Pavilion, marvelling at its extraordinary architecture and opulent interiors. We attended a concert at the Dome. We browsed bookshops and antique establishments. We walked miles along the seafront and through the town's various neighbourhoods. But always, my mind returned to that first full day, to the case of Edmund's lost trumpet. It had become, in my thoughts, emblematic of something important, a reminder that significance and complexity are not synonymous, that the measure of a deed is not its sophistication, but its impact. Now, as I sit in my Baker Street study this evening, nearly 3 years removed from those Brighton days, I find myself reflecting on how that small case affected both Holmes and myself. In the cases that followed our return to London, I noticed a subtle shift in Holmes's approach. He remained as selective as ever, still requiring that cases engage his intellect and present genuine challenge. But he also became more receptive to what might be called humanitarian considerations, more willing to take on matters that, while perhaps not intellectually demanding, addressed real suffering or injustice. There was the case of the charwoman's missing son, which Holmes solved in an afternoon, but which reunited a mother with her child after weeks of anguished separation. There was the matter of the forged recommendation letter, which would have seemed trivial to most, but which saved a young woman's professional reputation and livelihood. There was the puzzle of the substituted medication, simple enough in its solution, but literally life-saving in its outcome. Holmes never spoke explicitly about this evolution in his practice, never drew a direct line between Edmund Fletcher's trumpet and his increased willingness to take on such cases. But I saw the connection, recognized how that sunny day in Brighton had opened something in my friend's character, had reminded him that his extraordinary gifts could serve purposes beyond his own intellectual satisfaction. As for Edmund himself, I confess I have often wondered about his fate. Did he grow successfully into adulthood, his hearing impediment managed with that brass trumpet, or perhaps with newer technologies as they developed? Did he retain any memory of the kind detective who recovered his lost treasure on a Brighton beach? Did he ever realize how that small encounter affected the man who helped him? I like to imagine that he did well, that he lived a full and happy life, that perhaps he too became someone who helped others in their moments of need. It pleases me to think that Holmes's kindness to that distressed child might have rippled outward in ways we could never trace or measure, influencing the boy's character and, through him, touching other lives in turn. This is the nature of kindness, I have come to believe. It propagates in ways both visible and invisible, creating effects far beyond its immediate context. Holmes, who prides himself on observable facts and measurable outcomes, might dismiss such speculation as sentimental fancy. But I believe he understands this truth, even if he would never acknowledge it directly. The lamp oil is burning low now, and my hand is growing tired from this extended writing session. But I am glad to have recorded these memories, to have preserved something of that Brighton interlude before time's inevitable erosion softens and distorts the details. What strikes me most, looking back, is how a day that began with nothing more ambitious than rest and recreation became something more meaningful, became, in fact, a small turning point in our partnership. Holmes discovered, or perhaps rediscovered, that his gifts could serve compassion as well as justice. And I was reminded of why I first befriended this extraordinary, exasperating, admirable man, because beneath his cold rationality and fierce intellect beats a heart that, however much he might deny it, is capable of genuine kindness. There are many ways to measure a life's worth. Some would judge by achievements, by fame or fortune, by cases solved or criminals apprehended. But I have come to believe that the truest measure lies in smaller acts, in moments of connection, in kindnesses offered without expectation of reward, in the willingness to use one's gifts, whatever they may be, in service of others' well-being. By this measure, Holmes's recovery of a young boy's ear trumpet ranks among his finest achievements. Not because it demonstrated intellectual brilliance, though it did require his characteristic powers of deduction, but because it demonstrated something more rare and valuable, the recognition that every person's suffering, no matter how seemingly trivial, deserves serious attention and earnest effort toward remedy. This is the lesson I draw from our Seaside interlude, the truth that has stayed with me across the years, that significance resides not in the scale of our actions, but in their impact on individual human lives. The small kindness, the modest gesture, the simple act of caring, these are not lesser things than grand achievements. They are, perhaps, the truest expression of our humanity. As I prepare to close this journal, entry and seek my bed, I find myself grateful for many things. For Holmes's friendship, certainly, which has enriched my life beyond measure. For the privilege of witnessing his remarkable mind at work. For the adventures we have shared, both great and small. But, perhaps most of all, for that sunny May day in Brighton, when a distressed child reminded us both that the best use of our abilities is not to serve our own interests or ambitions, but to ease the suffering of others, no matter how humble their circumstances or modest their needs. The sea's voice, that is what young Edmund said he had lost. His trumpet allowed him to hear it, that eternal conversation between water and shore, that sound which has comforted and inspired humanity since the first of our ancestors gazed upon the ocean's vastness. And in recovering that trumpet, Holmes restored more than a medical device. He restored a child's connection to the world, his ability to hear not just the sea, but all the varied voices that constitute human experience. Is this not, ultimately, what we all seek? Connection, understanding, the ability to hear and be heard. Edmund's physical limitation required a brass instrument to overcome, but we all face barriers to genuine connection, barriers of pride, fear, misunderstanding, or simple inattention. Holmes, for all his emphasis on cold reason, has always understood the importance of truly hearing what others say, of attending not just to their words, but to the meanings beneath them. I think of that boy now, wherever he may be, and I hope he still hears the sea's voice clearly. I hope he remembers, even dimly, the day it was restored to him by a tall, angular detective who claimed to care only for intellectual puzzles, but who revealed, in his careful search through the shingle and his gentle presentation of the recovered trumpet, a capacity for compassion that contradicted his own self-image. And I hope that we all, in our own ways, remain alert to such opportunities, to notice suffering, to offer assistance, to recognize that the problems we can solve, no matter how modest they may seem, represent the entirety of the world to those who suffer them. This is not sentiment. It is simple truth, observed and confirmed through experience. The fire has burned low, casting dancing shadows across these pages. The rain continues its gentle percussion against the window, though softer now, as though growing tired. London sleeps around me, with all its mysteries and tragedies, its joys and sorrows, its endless human drama. And somewhere in this vast city, or perhaps beyond it, people lie awake worrying about problems large and small, some that will merit headlines, others that will pass unnoticed by all but those directly affected. Some will find solutions, others will not. Some will receive assistance from unexpected quarters. Others will struggle alone. But I take comfort in knowing that in this city lives a man who, despite his protestations of pure rationality, despite his claims of caring only for intellectual challenge, will respond with genuine effort and attention when presented with real human need. A man who will search a beach for a child's hearing trumpet with the same thoroughness he would bring to investigating an international conspiracy. A man who understands, even if he would never phrase it thus, that every life matters, every suffering deserves attention, every problem, no matter how small it may appear to others, is the whole world to someone. This is Sherlock Holmes, my friend, my companion in countless adventures. And this is what that Brighton day taught me about him, that beneath the formidable intellect, the sometimes abrasive manner, the apparent lack of sentiment, resides a fundamentally decent soul who has dedicated his life to helping others. Whether they are wealthy clients in Mayfair or partially deaf children on holiday in Brighton. I close this journal entry with gratitude for the memory, for the friendship, for the lesson learned, and the truth perceived. May we all, in our own ways and according to our own abilities, serve one another with similar dedication. May we all recognize that significance is not determined by complexity, but by impact, not by acclaim, but by genuine good accomplished. And may we all, like young Edmund Fletcher on that spring morning, have our connections to the world restored when they are lost, through the kindness of those who care enough to search, to persist, and to celebrate with us when what was lost is finally found. The sea speaks still, calling across the years, reminding us of continuity, of the eternal rhythms that underlie all our temporary concerns. And somewhere, I like to think, a boy grown to manhood still holds a brass trumpet to his ear and hears not just waves against shore, but the voice of a world that welcomed him, that made room for his differences, that restored his place in the human conversation. This is what we did that day in Brighton, Holmes and I, together. And this is why I remember it still, with warmth and satisfaction as one of our finest hours. Dr. John H. Watson, Baker Street, London, 15th of May, 1895. And thus I conclude this account, setting down my pen with the satisfaction of a task completed. The lamp gutters now, nearly spent, and I too am ready for rest. Tomorrow will bring new cases, new challenges, new opportunities to employ whatever gifts we possess in service of others' needs. But tonight I rest content with the memory of sunshine and sea air, of a child's tears transformed to joy, of friendship deepened through shared purpose. These are the true treasures of life, not the dramatic moments that make headlines, but the quiet satisfactions of having done some good, however modest, in this complicated world. I extinguish the lamp and make my way to bed, the sound of London's rain a gentler echo of Brighton's waves, and I sleep with the peace that comes from knowing that tomorrow, whatever it brings, we shall face it together. Holmes with his remarkable mind, I with my steadfast support, both of us committed to the proposition that every problem deserves attention, every person deserves dignity, and every act of kindness, no matter how small, sends ripples across the vast ocean of human experience.